of South Kalimantan, Rector of Lambung Mangkurat University, President of Consortium University Universitas Borneo, KUUB, and all of the keynotes, please come to the stage for the gallant ceremony and lawung as a symbolic gesture.
Before we begin our conference, let us take a moment to enjoy a traditional performance from South Kalimantan, a dance that embodies grace, harmony, and blessings. Please welcome the Radap Rahayu dance by Sanggar Bertua.
The Radap Rahayu dance is a traditional welcoming dance from the Banjar culture of South Kalimantan, Indonesia. The word Radap means moving together in rhythm, while Rahayu means peace and prosperity. This dance symbolizes joy, gratitude, and a sincere welcome to guests, along with prayers for harmony and well-being.
Dangar-dangar kami menyadu, ikan turun dibungkus mayan, ikan turun dibungkus duka. Dangar-dangar kami bayau, dangar-dangar kami menyaru, ikan turun jangan saurangan, bawa kawan nang sarasi. Kami manjang tangan dinginan, memapai usaha nang badanku, ikan turun jangan saurangan, bawa kawan nang sarasi. Burung di bawah batu, ikan turun beranak bacucu, sampailah banginanku, luhur rahayu dalam negeri.
all, let us offer our gratitude to Almighty God, for by His blessings and mercy, we are able to gather here today in good health to attend the second KUUB Postgraduate by Research Colloquium in conjunction with the 6th International Conference on Chemical Engineering and Applied Sciences 2025, located at FUGO Hotel Banjarmasin on 16 October 2025.
Honorable Minister of the Environment of Republic Indonesia, Dr. Hani Faisal Nurofik.
Honorable President of Consortium University Universitas Borneo, KUUB, Professor Dr. Syahrul Razid Sarbini.
Honorable Government of South Kalimantan.
Honorable Rector of Lambung Mangkurat University, Professor Dr. Rahmat SE MSI, and Vice Rector of Lambung Mangkurat University. Honorable Head of the Environment Control Center for Kalimantan, Mrs. Fitri Harwati, SSI MAS.
Honorable Head of the Environment Agency of South Kalimantan Province, Mr. Rahmat Prapto Udoyo, SHUD MP, representing the Governor of South Kalimantan. Honorable Head of all Agency of South Kalimantan, all the Deans, the Head of all Units Lambung Mangkurat University and other institutions.
Our honorable speakers from Indonesia, Japan, Australia, USA, and Brunei. Also, all distinguished guests and participants.
A very warm welcome to the second KUUB Postgraduate by Research Colloquium in conjunction with the 6th International Conference on Chemical Engineering and Applied Sciences 2025.
Recording in progress.
To officially begin today's program, let us stand and sing together the Indonesian national anthem and traditional song from South Kalimantan. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. To all distinguished guests, please be seated.
To start our event with blessings, let us listen. Sorry. To start our event with blessings, let us listen to the dua which will be led by Mr. Rusli. To Mr. Rusli, please come to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before we begin, let us take a moment to pray. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma aftah lana abwaba rahmatik wa yassir lana umurana warzuqna ilman nafi'an wa amalan mutaqabbalan warzuqna fahman nabiyyin wa hifdzal mursalin wa ilhamal malaikati al muqarrabin. Allahumma ja'al hajal ijtima'an mubarakan wa ja'al tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suman wa la taj'al fina wa la ma'ana syakiyan wa la mahruman. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar wa adkhilnal jannata ma'al abrar ya ajiz ya ghafar ya rabbal alamin. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
For Mr. Rusli, please return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow us, Arun and Alia, as the Master of Ceremony, to guide you for the second KUUB Postgraduate by Research Colloquium in conjunction with the 6th International Conference on Chemical Engineering and Applied Sciences 2025 with the theme
Borneo'S Mangrove,
a nexus of biodiversity, sustainable futures, and carbon sequestration.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the report which will be delivered by the conference chair. Please welcome Professor Muthia Elma, PhD, to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable the Ministry of Environment Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Dr. Hanif Faisal Nurofik. Welcome to Banjarmasin for many times, Bapak. the Honorable President of Consortium, Universitas Borneo, Bapak Profesor Dr. Sahrul Razid Sarbini, welcome back to Banjarmasin, Prof. The Honorable Rector Lambung Mangkurat University, Professor Dr. Ahmad Alim Bakri, the Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, Bapak Dr. Krismanathan, the Honorable all Vice Rectors, all Deans of Lambung Mangkurat University, the Honorable the Head of Environment in South Kalimantan, esteemed professor, researcher, and all participants. Also, all the committees who worked tirelessly. Thank you very much. A very good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the second KUUB Postgraduate by Research Colloquium, in conjunction with the 6th International Conference of Chemical Engineering and Applied Sciences Committee, and also as a part of Dies Natalis of Lambung Mangkurat University, to welcome you all to the second KUUB Postgraduate by Research Colloquium, we call it KPRRC, in conjunction with ICCEAS, with bring together expert and academic from around the world. It has been a real honor and privilege to serve as the General Chair of this conference of KPRRC and ICCEAS 2025. The conference this year has brought together a tremendous and rich diversity of authors and all speakers from universities, governments, and industries to share ideas and new perspectives. KPRRC and ICCEAS 2025 has begun with the international workshop held in a very convenient building in General Building in Lambung Mangkurat University yesterday on the 15th of October 2025. Thank you for the previous keynote speaker who brought a lot of insight for us yesterday. The aim of this KPRRC and ICCEAS 2025 is to provide a platform for researchers, engineers, academics, and industrial professionals to present their recent research and to explore future trends in various areas of science, education, social engineering, and technology. Today, the second KPRRC and ICCEAS 2025 theme, Borneo's Mangrove, a nexus of biodiversity, sustainable future, and carbon sequestration, proudly continues that momentum with there are 406 participants for today, although within offline and through Zoom platform. And also for this second event of today's conference, we have received a total amount of participants yesterday for international workshop, and today are about 880 participants for both international workshop and conference. A remarkable numbers that reflects a growing passion within academic and professional communities. We are also honored to be joined by over 35 institutions from 9 countries, reflecting the truly global nature of this gathering, with our keynotes hailing from Indonesia, United States, Japan, Australia, China, Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam, France, and other countries. We do believe that KPRRC and the 6th ICCEAS 2025 will yield fruitful results through presentations and discussion by distinguished participants. Again, It is a great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to an inspiring, educational, and enjoyable program in this beautiful city in Banjarmasin. We hope that you will find the conference informative, enjoyable, and to take the opportunity to establish future international research collaboration, and that you will have a great stay in Banjarmasin. Thank you very much and enjoy the conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished guests, respected speakers, and esteemed participants, it is our honor to welcome the Minister of the Environment of Republic Indonesia for a welcoming speech and ceremonial opening. We invite Dr. Hani Faisal Nurafik to the stage. Big applause for our Minister.
Terima kasih ya. Undangan untuk ULM. Tepuk tangan untuk ULM. Teman-teman sekalian, kalau saya sudah diundang ULM, seberat apapun pasti harus datang. Tepuk tangan. S1, S2, S3 dengan ULM tidaklah gampang untuk melepaskan ini. Sehingga apapun yang diperintahkan ULM, maka Menteri Lingkungan Hidup akan siap melaksanakan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, warm greeting and best wishes to all of us. The Honorable Minister Expert Staff, Bapak Erik Primiantoro, berdiri Pak. Tepuk tangan. Director of Lambung Mangkurat University, Bapak Profesor Dr. Ahmad Alim Bahri, SE, MSI, berdiri Kak Pak? Oke, selanjutnya Director of Pitland, Director of Pak Edi, tepuk tangan untuk Pak Edi. Head of Environmental Control Center, Ibu Fitri, monggo Bu. Head of Forestry, Agency of South Kalimantan Province, Ibu Fatimatus Zahra, SUD MP. Ini newcomers. Head of Environmental, Agency of South Kalimantan Province, Bapak Rahmat Prapto Udoyo. Adik-adik sekalian, dua terakhir yang saya sebut ini bertanggung jawab sepenuhnya terkait dengan judul tadi yang disampaikan. NEXUS, keterkaitan antara biodiversity, carbon sequestration, dan sustainability. Tiga hal yang sebenarnya saling berkaitan. Begitu kita lepas satu sisi, maka sisi yang lainnya akan tercerai-berai. Ini penting sekali untuk kita tekankan, sehingga keberadaan teman-teman di bidang kehutanan, di bidang lingkungan hidup menjadi penting untuk mengkonsolidasikan, mengkoordinasikan, sinkronisasikan program-program yang terkait dengan judul yang kita bahas pada hari ini. The President of KUUB, His Excellency Bapak Profesor Dr. Sahrul Rasyid Sarbini, please Pak. The Chair of Organizing Committee for the International Conference, Second KUUB Postgraduate by Research Colloquium and SEC International Conference on Chemical Engineering and Plant Science 2025, Ibu Profesor Mutia Ilma. Thank you Bu, sambut laporannya. Datin Paduka, Profesor Dr. Hayang Hajah Sahro binti Haji Sulaiman from University Technology Brunei. Tepuk tangan untuk beliau. Tadi malam saya berdua-duaan sama beliau, tapi tidak saling kenal. Jadi hari ini thank you, saya minta maaf untuk ini. The Honorable Mr. Professor Hiroki Nagasawa,
from Hiroshima University. Please, Pak. Kami hormati Bapak Profesor Agus Saptoro from Curtin University, Malaysia. Oh, online. Thank you. The Honorable Mr. Prof. Tim Robert from University Newcastle. All academic and researchers all attended present at this meeting. It is a real pleasure and honor to be here with you today. Standing before so many breaths, mind gives me hope that science, creativity, and compassion can come together to save a more sustainable future. On behalf of the government of Indonesia, I thank Universitas Lambung Mangkurat for hosting this remarkable joint event, the second KUUB Postgraduate by Research Colloquium at the 6th International Conference on Chemical Engineering and Applied Science. This conference is not only an academic gathering, it is a meeting of purpose. It reminds us that science, when guided by conscience, become one of humanity's great force for good. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in what we often call the age of richest problem. Climate change, pollution, plastic waste, and food insecurity. These challenges are messy, interconnected, and difficult to solve. They don't have simple answers, and sometimes they remind us that human progress can also create unintended consequences. But with this problem are not signs of failure. They are signs that we are confronting the real complexity of life on the earth. They remind us that development is not only about growth, but about balance, the balance between people, prosperity, and the planet. As Minister of Environment, I see this every day in our forests, our rivers, and our cities. But I also see something else, a growing sense of awareness, a determination among researchers, communities, and young people to make things better. That gives me courage. For many years, chemical engineering was known as the discipline of industry, of process, plant, and production. But today, it is fast becoming the discipline of sustainability. Chemical engineers are now designing clean technology, development renewable material, and creating circular system that reduce waste and pollution. Indonesia, your experts, is helping us transition towards low carbon industry, waste to energy initiative, and eco-friendly manufacturing. You are part of our national journey towards follow net zero 2030, the circular economy roadmap, and ultimately net zero emission by 2060. You are showing that engineering is not only about efficiency, but about empathy. Not just about building systems, but about healing them. At the core of the transformation lies green chemistry, a simple yet powerful idea. The chemistry should protect, not harm, restore, not deplete. The 12 principles of green chemistry remind us the innovation can and must serve life. Prevention of waste, safer material, renewable feedstock, and energy efficiency are not constraints. They are pathway to creativity. When we align chemistry with compassion, we turn science into stewardship. We prove the progress and responsibility can coexist. In the Ministry of Environment, we believe green chemistry represents not just technical excellence, but ethical leadership. It embodies a new generation of scientists who create with care. Ladies and gentlemen, true transformation starts in education. And start when a lecturer challenges students to think beyond formula, to see the bigger pictures of how their works affect society and the environment. It starts when a research project is not only about innovation, but also about impacts. That is where strengthening our collaboration with university across Indonesia to integrate sustainability thinking into every discipline. As Professor CHEAS once said, the real purpose of education is not only to teach what to think, but to help students learn how to care. We need engineers who can analyze system, but also understand value, who can optimize process, but also empathizes with the people it affects. It is especially meaningful that we gather here in Banjarmasin, in the heart of Kalimantan. This island tells a story that about a warning and an inspiration. It is show us the cost of unsustainable exploitation, but also the power of restoration. Here, people are reviving mangrove, rehabilitating peatland, and reimagining livelihoods. Kalimantan is more than a place of rich biodiversity. It is a living classroom of resilience and innovation. To our guests from abroad, I invite you to see the region as an open book where science meets tradition and where communities are writing a new narrative of hope. As Minister, I learned that the best environmental policies are those grounded in solid science and connected to real people. We are expanding our cooperation with university and research institutions to strengthen evidence-based policy making. Your studies on clean energy, waste management, and pollution control help us to design better regulation and smarter investment. But collaboration must go both ways. We also want researchers to see policymaking not as a bureaucracy, but as a platform for impacts. Together, we can ensure that research does not stay in journal, but find its way into factories, communities, and everyday life. To the young scientists and postgraduate students here today, you are the heart of movement. You are growing up in a world that is changing faster than ever, digitally, environmentally, socially, and yet you hold in your hands the tool that previous generation never had: artificial intelligence, biotechnology, big data, and global community of collaboration. Use this tool not just to solve problems, but to redefine what progress means. Progress is not just about doing more, it is about doing better. It is about designing systems that give back more than they take. Be bold in your idea, but stay humble in your purpose, because the greatest breakthrough often come from those who combine intelligence with empathy. Ultimately, sustainability is not a question of technology, it is a question of wisdom. We already have the knowledge, what we need know it's the wisdom to use it responsibly. Wisdom means knowing when to act and when to listen, when to develop and when to preserve. It means understanding that every decision we make today saves the possibilities of tomorrow. As the philosopher Hans John once said, our responsibility is to act to that the effect of our action are compatible with the permanence of genuine human life. That is the ethical compass we must all carry, scientific, policymakers, and citizens alike. Ladies and gentlemen, as I look around this room, I see not just researchers, but bridge builders connecting disciplines, generation, and nation. This conference reminds us that the pursuit of knowledge is not just about discovery, it is about service. Service to society, to our planet, and to future generations who depend on the choice we make today. To all of organized partners and participants, I extend my deepest appreciation. May this two-days of dialogue and collaboration leads to new ideas, enduring partnership, and meaningful action. And now with great pride and sincere hope, I hereby declare the second KUUB Postgraduate by Research Colloquium and the sixth International Conference and Chemical Engineering and Applied Science 2025 officially open. May your discussion inspire, your research illuminated, and your innovation sustain life for generation to come. Bapak sekalian, terima kasih. Jadi kami sangat terima kasih, bangga bisa berhadir pada kesempatan hari ini. Kesempatan yang jarang kita dapati semasa saya mengemban S1, S2 di Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. Hari ini International Conference sering sekali dilakukan. Ini tandanya ULM akan go internasional. Tepuk tangan untuk ULM. Pada kesempatan ini teman-teman sekalian, bahwa kehadiran para researchers, para postgraduate ataupun di dalam matrikulasi di dalam perkuliahan, kita sangat ingin, negara sangat ingin kemudian membahasakan ini tidak hanya di dalam berhenti di dalam jurnal saja, tetapi bagaimana kemudian apa yang dipelajari ini mampu kita aplikasikan di dalam kasanah realitas di lapangan. Tentu ini akan menjadi pemikiran para rektor yang hadir bersama ini. Berhadir bersama kita Rektor Universitas Padang. Berdiri, Prof. Terima kasih, Prof, telah berdatang. Teman-teman sekalian, saya tidak mengomentari metodologi modul-modul pembelajaran di tanah air. Tetapi alangkah baiknya saatnya nanti kita bisa mengkombinasi antara para pengajar, para widyaswara, para dosen, para profesor dengan para birokrasi yang kemudian mewarnai kebijakan Republik ini. Tanpa kemudian kita bersentuhan dengan para birokrasi. Tadi ada kepala dinas lingkungan hidup, kepala dinas kehutanan, itu kemudian akan mewarnai kebijakan langkah-langkah kita di dalam merumuskan Indonesia ke depan akan sustainability tadi. Ada langkah absolut bila mana kita asik di pendidikan, kenyataannya berbeda dari yang kita didik di tempat university ini. Sehingga ke depan harapan saya, maka kolaborasi antara teman-teman yang duduk di pemerintahan, praktisi yang ada di perusahaan dengan teman-teman pengajar yang ada di university menjadi hal yang penting untuk kita rumuskan. Sehingga apa yang kemudian kita putuskan di dalam melakukan pembangunan nasional sesungguhnya benar-benar berbasis kepada scientific base. Mungkin itu yang dapat kami sampaikan. Sekali lagi kami mohon izin setelah ini kami tinggalkan lokasi karena memang kemarin kami dijemput paksa oleh Profesor Uding harus datang ke Unlam. Tepuk tangan untuk Profesor Uding. Jadi kami mengapresiasi, mudah-mudahan dialog kita 2 hari ini memberikan rumusan-rumusan yang diperlukan di dalam membenahi tata lingkungan kita. Apa yang dijudulkan tadi keterkaitan antara biodiversity, carbon sequestration, dan sustainability ini merupakan hal yang saling berkaitan. Tidak ada biodiversity bila mana tidak ada carbon sequestration. Tidak ada carbon sequestration yang kemudian mampu kemudian menghadirkan sustainability. Jadi 3 hal ini menjadi rangkaian yang harus kita benar-benar perhatikan. Kalimantan Selatan tentu tidak lepas daripada itu. Dengan luas 3 juta hektaran, maka kondisi tutupan lahannya sudah cukup perlu menjadi perhatian kita. Tanaman sawit, perkebunan, karet telah kemudian mendistorsi biodiversitas kita. Eksploitasi mineral yang berlebihan telah menimbulkan kerusakan lingkungan kita. Maka langkah-langkah yang empatis, langkah-langkah yang aware terkait dengan ini diperlukan. Sekali lagi saya dukung sepenuhnya upaya seluruh universitas di Indonesia tanah air di dalam rangka membangkitkan tata lingkungan dalam pengelolaan pembangunan nasional. Demikian mungkin yang dapat kami sampaikan. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We would now like to invite the Rector of Lambung Mangkurat University, President of KUB, and the Chair of KPRRC ICChEAS 2025 to come forward to the stage. Please insert the ceremonial stick into the podium to mark the official opening of this conference. I will count. 3, 2, 1. Big applause for our minister. To the Minister, Rector of Lambung Mangkurat University, President of KUB, and Chair of KPRRC ICChEAS 2025, please return to your seat. May today's conference run smoothly and bring great benefits to all of us. To lead the session, it is our honor to welcome our moderator, Mrs. Utami Irawati, SSE MES PhD. Big applause for her.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Thank you for the committee for having me here. My name is Utami and I will be your moderator who will lead our discussion session, the first parallel session for the day. And as you might have known from what have been written in your program book, we will have our first keynote speaker joining us virtually. Our first keynote speaker of the day in this first session, for the morning session, is Professor Dr. Insinyur Udin Hasanuddin, MT. He is a professor at the Department of Agro-Industrial Technology, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Lampung. Has he joined us yet in the Zoom? So while waiting, Professor Udin Hasanuddin to join us, please allow me to read a short biography of him. He is currently serves as the head of the master's program in the agro-industrial technology. Prof. Udin has devoted his career to advancing agro-industrial waste management with a remarkable portfolio of collaborative research projects, as you can see from his biography. And this is just a short version of his biography. He has a very remarkable portfolio of collaborative research projects with institutions, not just local institutions, but also from Japan, Korea, and Malaysia. His expertise includes biogas technology, biomass utilization, and sustainable waste treatment for palm oil and tapioca industries. With over 3 decades of experience, Prof. Udin continues to lead innovation that bridge academic research and industrial sustainability. And today, he is going to share his expertise with us in his talk on sustainable biomass residue utilization in palm oil industries. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Udin Hasanuddin. Prof. Udin. Okay, we are still waiting for him to join us virtually, but isn't it, technology is such a wonderful thing, isn't it? Because even though he's far away, he can still join us in this event. We have, okay. I would also like to say good morning and hello to people who are also joining us as participants online. I hope that even though you're joining us online, you can still share the moment with us. Quite a lot of people. It is a very nice event where we can actually meet each other and do the networking thing. Any moment now, I think he's still preparing himself. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Since we are still waiting for Professor Udin Hasanuddin to join us through the online meeting room, we would like to have our other keynote speaker to join us in front. So our next keynote speaker is Professor Hiroki Nagasawa. Professor Hiroki Nagasawa, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Nagasawa. To introduce himself, Hiroki Nagasawa is an associate professor in the chemical engineering program at Hiroshima University. So he received his bachelor and master in chemical engineering and his PhD in environmental studies from the University of Tokyo. Prior to his current appointment, he worked as an assistant professor at Hiroshima University from 2012 to 2023. He was also a visiting scholar at the University of New Mexico, United States of America in 2022. Just recently, right? Okay. And his research, oh, this is really interesting. His research focuses on the development and application of microporous inorganic membranes for molecular separation. A very advanced one, I should say. His specialization lies in the facial synthesis of inorganic membranes and thin films, such as silica, organosilica, titania, and carbon molecular sieves via plasma-assisted processing. He has also investigated the transport mechanism of gases and liquids through micromembranes for designing novel membrane-based separation process. Nagasawa has published more than 190 scientific papers in various academic journals with over 3,000 citations and an H index of 36. He received the SEG Award for Outstanding Young Researcher from the Society of Chemical Engineering of Japan and the Young Scientist Award from the Membrane Society of Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Hiroki Nagasawa. Professor Nagasawa, I'm sure that you are going to share with us a very interesting and also sophisticated topic in this opportunity. So you have about, I'm sorry, but you only have about 15 minutes to deliver your speech. I wish that it could last longer because this is like really interesting. Okay, the time is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for your kind introductions. Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to thank organizing committee, especially Professor Mutia, for inviting me this wonderful conference. And I'm very happy to come back here, BANJARMASIN, with 8 years. And today, I'd like to talk about microporocytic membranes for molecular separations. So this is gonna be membranes for hydrogen separation or carbon dioxide separation or water purifications. So this one? Oh, this one? Oh. So before starting my talk, let me briefly introduce myself. Because the focus of this conference is mangroves, so I tried to find a connection with myself and the mangroves. And I found one picture back in 2017. This was a trip to Okinawa, Japan, and there was a mangrove tour. And it was really wonderful. Yeah, it's a mangrove in the back, yeah. So, yeah, basically I work on membranes, chemical engineering, but I believe that chemical engineering is a kind of the technology to realize sustainability, and hopefully in long term, it's gonna be save the environment, including mangroves. So that is the whole story for today. And this is where I come from. I came from Hiroshima, which is the western part of Japan. It's about 4,600 kilometers from BANJARMASIN. Okay. And we have a beautiful sightseeing place like Miyajima Shrine, and also, yeah, today's dance, traditional dance was wonderful, but we also have a traditional dance called Kagura. And this is a photo of our university. We also, the Hiroshima University is the eighth biggest national university in Japan. So we have 12 schools and 4 graduate schools with about 1,900 academic staff and 15,000 students, including 1,800 international students. And I think there's more than 100 students also from Indonesia. Okay. And let me also introduce our research group, the Separation Technology Lab at Hiroshima University. So now we have 28 members, including 3 faculty members. And we all working on inorganic membranes. Okay. So this is the outline for today's my talk. And let me start with why membrane separation is important for sustainable industries. So this slide shows the breakdown of energy consumption in United States, and you can see that the 32% is the energy was consumed in industry, and half of it is consumed for separations. So, and especially about the half of the energy consumed by separation is used by distillation, so separation of molecules in chemical industries. And the right-hand side figure shows the carbon dioxide emission in Japan, and you can see that about 4% of total emission comes from the separation processes. So the energy consumption or carbon dioxide emission in chemical industry is quite huge, and we should do something about this. And our idea is that we can reduce energy consumption in separation by using membranes. So this slide shows a simple calculation of energy consumed in separation process. So you can calculate minimum work, minimum energy required for separation based on thermodynamics, right? And that this value will be like 3.46 kilojoule. But when you use distillation, it costs, you need a lot of energy, more than 100 times compared to the minimum one. But when we use membranes, you can reduce the energy by more than 10 times, right? Because we only need pushing the liquid or pushing the gas, let them go through the membranes. Okay, so by using membranes, we can reduce the significant amount of energy consumed in industries, making our life more sustainable. So that is our ideas. And what kind of membrane we can use for this kind of chemical separations? So one candidate is silica membranes. So this slide shows the basic structure of silica membranes. So when you look at silica membrane in molecular scale, they have a kind of the network structure in the molecular level. And they have a very small pore, we call micropores. And these pores can be used for the separation of molecules based on size differences. And if you can form these silica layer as thin as possible, the molecule will go through these membranes, and you can get a very precise separation of molecules. And so the key to develop the good membrane is how can we control the size of pores, okay? Because we want to separate the molecule based on size differences. So we try, we have several techniques to control the micropores, the size of micropores, using organic hybrid or adding some different ions into the siloxane networks. And now we can control these pore size from around 0.3 nanometer to 0.6 or 0.7 nanometer, which is just the size for molecular separation, like gas or liquid phase separations. And so this is one of the examples how we control the pore size. So in this case, we change the base materials for membrane preparation. So for example, the left-hand side has there's a methyl group, but increasing the carbon number, we can change the length of each links. Right? So and then we successfully control the size of the pores in the membranes. So, and another strategy is to control the reactions during the membrane formations. So, because silicon monomers go through the hydrolysis and polycondensation during membrane formation. So, if you control the amount of water in the synthesis solution, you can control the density of membranes, density of silica, so that you can get the smaller pore with high density or larger pore with low density. So you can see in the figure in the middle, we can control the pore size from 0.4 to 0.8 by changing the amount of water adding in the synthesis solution. So this is one of the strategies to control the pores of membranes. Okay. So now I'd like to move to the application of our membranes in molecular separations. So the first slide shows the separation in gas and liquid phase separations. So the left-hand side figure shows hydrogen separation at high temperature up to 700 degrees C, right? So, yeah, so degrees C Celsius, right? So in typical membrane, we use polymers, and the polymers cannot use at such high temperatures because it easily degraded. But this silicon membrane mainly consists of ceramics. So you can use these membranes at very high temperature. And why this is important is that hydrogen production is usually operated in this temperature level. And a kind of the inside separation can facilitate the hydrogen production in a very efficient way. And the middle one shows the dehydration of organic solvent. So organic solvent often contains a lot of water, but we have to remove that when you use it. And if you apply distillation for that, you consume a lot of energy, but you can apply this kind of membrane to efficiently remove water. And the right-hand side is a kind of solvent separation. So in this case, we separate methanol and other chemicals with reverse osmosis, which is one of the filtration technique, so that you can also use our membranes in this kind of chemical separation as well, because of its the mechanical robustness and also the chemical stability. And another application is carbon dioxide separations. So in this case, because carbon dioxide is a kind of acidic gas, so we introduce amine group into the structure and enhance the selectivity of carbon dioxide. And now we get a high selectivity, like up to more than 10 in selectivity, with very high formation property, which can be applicable for carbon dioxide capture from flue gas or something like that. And another example is organic solvent recovery from wastewater. So we use a lot of chemicals in the process, but in most cases they will come out into wastewater as a wastewater, right? So we need, usually we use a biological process to degrade them and then reduce to environment. But if we can separate those chemicals, we can reuse that, right? So this is a result for the separating the various water-soluble organic solvents using our membranes. And we achieve a very high rejection, like more than 80 or 90%. And some chemicals was almost completely removed from wastewater. It means we can reuse that, okay? Yeah, so we think that by using our membranes, we can, reduce the emission of chemicals into environment, and also we can reuse that and prevent the environmental pollutions. And the last one I'd like to introduce is integration of membranes with reactions. Okay, so in chemical processes, the hydrogen is one of the very important feedstock, and we generate hydrogen by a thermal reaction, like cracking methane or some other hydrocarbon into hydrogen and different type of carbons, right? But most cases, this hydrogen generating reaction is limited by equilibrium, right? So you cannot get the high conversion because of the limitation of equilibrium, right? But if you have hydrogen selective membranes in reactor, you can extract only hydrogen and push equilibrium to the right-hand side of the reaction. Okay, so this is also very effective way to enhance the chemical process. Like, for example, the dehydrogenation of hydrides as a chemical hydrogen carrier, or you can also apply to different type of reaction like trans-esterification reactions, which is also very important in chemical processes. So, yeah, this is an example of the membrane reactor for hydrogen separation. And when we operate, so this slide shows the time course of the hydrogen generation and the purity of hydrogens. So first we operate it without hydrogen separation, and we get a conversion of 60%, which is equal to equilibrium. But when we apply hydrogen separation at the middle of the figure, we got a conversion of 77% higher than equilibrium. So this membrane separation, membrane reactor idea was demonstrated successfully. Okay, so today I go through the how we prepare silica membranes and how we utilize these membranes to industrial processes. And we believe that our membranes, not only our membrane, but membrane separation process can enhance the sustainability of industry, and also we can help the managing waste and also water resources by these membranes. Okay, finally, I'd like to thank Professor Kanezashi, Dr. Moriyama, Professor Tsuru, and a member of our research group. And this is all of my talk. Terima kasih. Thank you very much. ありがとうございました。
Okay, thank you very much, Professor, for a very interesting topic. I particularly interested about the part on, like with minimum effort, but we get the maximum result, which is, it's always nice to have something like that. So I'm pretty sure that from the very interesting presentation, maybe some of you in the audience have a question for our keynote speaker, for Professor Nagasawa. I know that you're going to ask question because we also have someone who is also working on silica membrane here, and he's ready to have his question. So, Mr. Randy Iqbal, can one of the committee help me to give a microphone? Yep.
Thank you so much, Prof. Hiroki, for your very nice presentation. I am Randy Muhammad Iqbal from Universitas Palangkaraya, Indonesia. I also actually work in the membrane technology, but more focused on the desalination approach. My question is, you explained about how to design the microporous silica membranes on the membrane substrate, right? And then I do believe that one of the important parameter, the thickness of the top layer also will influence on the membrane performance. My question is, do you have any suggestion how to adjust the thickness of the top layer on the membrane substrate? Okay, thank you so much, Prof.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thanks for very important questions. So we have to make membranes as thin as possible. Right. So there's several ways, I believe. For polymer membranes, phase inversion, phase separation techniques gives a very thin uniform layer on the top of the membrane, right? And for the case of silica membranes, it is difficult to use phase separation. So we use we prepare a symmetric structure. So we use a porous support. And we form some intermediate layer with the pores smaller than support, but it still have a high permeability. And after that, we form a silica top layer on the top to avoid formation of defects or avoiding the penetration to increase the thickness. So reducing the thickness is always the significant challenge in the membrane field. So today I mainly introduce soil-based membranes, but we can also use a CVD or surface modification layer by layers. So the membrane is not only materials, but also the processing, how to make devices, right? So we need to keep challenging in this field. Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, Professor, for your answer. I'm pretty sure that maybe you two will have a very interesting discussion after this event. I think we have one. Can we still have some time for one quick questions before we're moving on? Okay, just one more quick question.
Okay, my name is Aulia from Institute Technology of Bandung. I want to ask, what are the advantages of using membrane as a hydrogen separator compared to pressure swing adsorption? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for very important questions. So separation of of course the pressure swing or some other type of adsorption can give hydrogen with very high quality, right? So adsorption is very good at obtaining the high concentration or high purity products, right? But compared, and what is the advantage of membrane? That one is mass productions, right? So adsorption process needs at least 3 columns to operate in the continuous way. But if you have high membranes, you can operate the separation process continuously. So that is the difference between adsorption and membranes. And so membrane is good at treating the huge amount of mixtures, but not so much in the purification. So you need both, right? So first, you can separate hydrogen from the main fluid, and then put them into adsorption process to get products with high purity. So that is a process design. That is a chemical engineering part. Yeah, thanks so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Nagasawa. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving an applause to appreciate what Professor Nagasawa has shared with us. Thank you very much, Mr. Nagasawa. You can go back to your seat. And for the next one, we will have a short speech from the President of KUUB.
Thank you very much, the Master of Ceremonies. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning and warm greetings to everyone. Salam Borneo Bermartabat. I hope you enjoyed the first presentation just now. Give me great honor to give a welcoming remarks to all participants and keynote speakers to KPRRC and 2025. On behalf of the Consortium Universitas Borneo, KUUB, we welcome all distinguished guests, keynote speakers, researchers and postgraduate students to the second KUUB Postgraduate by Research Colloquium KPRRC 2025 held in conjunction with the 6th International Conference on Chemical Engineering and Applied Sciences ICChEAS 2025 here in Banjarmasin. Allow me to begin by expressing my deepest appreciation to His Excellency Dr. Hanif Faisal Nurofik, SHUT MP, the Minister of Environment of the Republic of Indonesia, and Professor Dr. Ahmad SEMSI, Director of Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, for their inspiring remarks just now and for dedication to advancing sustainability and higher education across our region, Borneo and beyond. The theme of this year's conference, Borneo Mangroves, a nexus of biodiversity, sustainable futures and carbon sequestration, is both timely and meaningful. The mangrove of Borneo stand as a powerful symbol of biodiversity and resilience, which remind us of our shared responsibility across Borneo to protect the environment through science, innovation, and collaboration. Sustainability, after all, is not the work of a single discipline or nation or country. It is a collective endeavor that connects us all. Since its establishment, KUUB has made remarkable progress in uniting higher education, uniting Malaysia, Indonesia, and Brunei under shared vision to make a model educational excellence, research collaboration, and sustainable region development. Truly, Borneo bermartabat. In addition, our partnership with the Consortium of Eastern Indonesia State University has opened meaningful pathways for collaborative research, academic exchanges, and joint conferences. These alliances continues to strengthen academic bonds between the Borneo and Sulawesi regions, empowering local communities through education, innovation, and regional capacity building. KUUB's collaboration with the Philippines East Asian Growth Area's Higher Education Institutions Consortium, PHIX, marks another important milestone, one that firmly situates KUUB with the broader Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines East Asian Growth Area's education network. Together, we have expanded opportunities for joint programs, cross-border research, and knowledge exchange among scholars and students across the four nations of Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines. I'm also pleased to share that the next KUUB annual general meeting and international convention will be back here in Kalimantan, Indonesia, that will be hosted by Universitas Mula Warman in Samarinda in 2026. This rotation of host institution is more than ceremonial. It ensures that every member university plays an active role in shaping KUUB's direction, strengthening shared ownership, and reinforcing our collective effort. In conjunction with the convention, KUUB will also feature the Borneo Youth Leaders Summit, BYLS, the consortium flagship youth program inaugurated by University Technology Mara, Sabah, Malaysia. BYLS serves as a platform to cultivate critical thinking, leadership values, and regional solidarity among youth, empowering them to becoming the driving force for Borneo's sustainability and inclusive future. We look forward to seeing the young leaders in the next room in this summit for the formation of the new young chapters for KUUB. Beyond institutional collaboration, KUUB is also investing in the next generation of scholars. We are developing structured internships and mobility programs across member universities to provide students with hands-on exposure to research, industry, and community engagement across the island of Borneo. These experiences will prepare them to be both globally aware and locally grounded professional. Looking ahead, KUUB is now exploring the establishment of dual degree framework, an initiative that would enable students to earn academic qualifications jointly conferred by KUUB member universities. have the opportunity to talk with the rector just now, we want to invite and of course introduce ULM with other partners in KUUB. This marks our next strategic step in enhancing academic recognition, student mobility, and global competitiveness to graduates around Borneo. Through these initiatives from CICCEAS, PEHEC, the Philippines, the research collaboration to dual degree programs, KUUB continues to evolve as a vibrant, inclusive, and forward-looking academic consortium. Our collective effort embodies the Borneo spirit of unity in diversity, a spirit that bridges languages, borders, and disciplines. Through today's colloquium, KUUB is proud to provide a platform where emerging and established researchers can exchange ideas, present their work, and strengthen cross-border collaboration. The participation of today's conference from Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei, Japan, and Australia reflects our shared commitment to advancing knowledge and developing sustainable solutions for the future. As the founding chairman of KUUB, I take great pride in seeing how our consortium continues to serve as a bridge of academic collaboration across Borneo. Together, our member universities are nurturing research excellence, fostering innovation, and empowering local communities to education and knowledge sharing. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to Universitas Lambung Mangkurat for bringing us here for the second KUUB event, for graciously hosting this international conference, and to all our valued partners, be in PEHEC, CICCEAS, and KUUB itself, for the steadfast collaboration and unwavering support in our mission. To all participants, I hope this conference serves as an aspiring space for dialogue, discovery, and partnership, one that strengthens our shared resolve to protect and sustain the environment for generations to come, Borneo and beyond. Once again, I warmly welcome everyone to KPRRC 2025 and ICChEAS 2025. May our discussion be fruitful, our friendships strengthened, and our shared visions for a sustainable future renewed. Salam Borneo bermartabat. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
For President of KUUB, please return to your seat.
For the next keynote speaker presentation, we would like to invite our moderator, Mrs. Utami Irawati, to come back to the stage.
Okay, thank you very much. So now that Mr. Professor Dr. Insinyur Uging Hasanuddin has, I believe that he has already joined us virtually. Prof. Uging Hasanuddin. Okay, good morning, Professor Uging Hasanuddin. How are you today in this lovely day?
Yeah, good morning. I'm really fine. Thank you.
Okay, so again, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Dr. Insinyur Udin Hasanuddin MT is a professor at the Department of Agro-Industrial Technology, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Lampung. And today, he is going to share with us his expertise in his talk on sustainable biomass residue utilization in palm oil industries. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Udin Hasanuddin. Professor Udin Hasanuddin will be delivering his speech in about 15 minutes. And if you have questions regarding his talk, please keep your question for a while, because we will have a question and answer session after the next keynote speaker. Professor Udin, Whenever you are ready, the time is yours.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, moderator. In this very interesting seminar, I think I would like to share my study before. It's about the biomass residue utilization in palm oil industry. I'm so sorry I cannot join personally in person in Banjarbaru because I have another schedule in Jakarta now. So I would like to give a presentation virtually. Well, first I would like to explain about the palm oil industry, because palm oil industry is one of the very important industry in Indonesia. I also enjoy with the presentation of the professor. I forgot the name. Professor from the
Hiroki Nagasawa.
Professor Hiroki Sensei about the membrane. But in this season, I think I would like explain. We produce the crude palm oil and also produce a palm kernel oil, but in other side, we also produce some other biomass residue. So like empty food plants, like palm kernel cell, mesocop fiber, and also the liquid biomass, palm oil mill effluent. Today I would like to talk about this. This is the residue coming from palm oil industry. This the number of amount is the 60 until 100% of fresh food plants. If we process 1 ton of fresh food plants, we will produce about 600 until 1,000 liter of palm oil mill effluent. And this is empty food plants. This is mesocop fiber, palm kernel cell, and because we use the fiber and palm kernel cell for the fuel in the boiler, so we produce the ash. And also this is the solid decanter is coming from the if we use the 3-phase decanter. Well, the some byproduct is returned back to the factory or returned back to the plantation, like empty food plants, usually going back to the plantation, and also the palm oil mill effluent after treatment will use for liquid fertilizer in the plantation if the soil condition is appropriate for the land application. This is the photograph for the land application, the picture of land application. So the after treatment, the palm oil mill effluent is utilized for liquid fertilizer in the plantation, or if they have not enough appropriate rain, so they have to treat more and produce the wastewater with fulfill the national standard, and we can discharge to the environment. This is the picture of empty bunds utilization in the plantation, and utilization of the fiber and cell in the boiler for produce steam and generate electricity. In this is a same condition. We return the empty bunds to increase the organic carbon in the soil, and also some mineral we need to return to the soil. But this system is quite expensive and labor intensive, and also will some plant disease will occur due to of the insect here. And if they have no plantation, the palm oil without the plantation, usually the empty bunch is only burn the empty bunch. It means we lose the resources. But mineral, sometimes we can return to the plantation. This is one treatment to reduce the cost in the utilization of the empty bunch. We use the composting system here. This is aerated bunker composting. This is located in North Sumatra. Yeah. And this is open windrow composting system. We use empty bunch and also the palm oil mill effluent. Palm oil mill effluent is very important to keep the moisture during the composting. Yeah, the moisture should be around 60%. Yeah. And every 2 days we have to turn the pile of the empty bunch to keep the aeration aerobic condition. Yeah, because if the anaerobic condition, we will produce the methane, and also the composition is quite slow. This is one of the our previous study about how to calculate the greenhouse gas emission from the composting system. This is an open pile of the composting system. Yeah, we use a very simple equation. This is how much the mass of the empty bunch and also the palm oil mill effluent, and then we analyze the carbon content, carbon concentration here, and then make carbon balance here. So from this experiment, we also in this experiment also we analyze the gas composition from the composting file. So using that simple equation, we can estimate how much the greenhouse gas emission. We can reduce how much the greenhouse gas emission. Yeah. So using how much the number of palm oil mill effluent we use, and also the composition of the gas from the composting. 30 days, we can reduce about almost 40% of greenhouse gas emission. And if the composting is make longer, it's about 70 days, we can more palm oil effluent, so we can increase the reduction of greenhouse gas emission. So using that kind of system, we can reduce the greenhouse gas emission, we can reduce the water pollution and carbon and nutrient. We can return to the plantation. Only small amount of wastewater released because of leachate. But we can return back to the plantation using land application system. But we cannot get the renewable energy. Yeah. So how about to utilize the empty bunch for energy? Yeah, we have to evaluate that. Many people already try to utilize that, but the problem is that the ash content in the empty bunch is quite high. It's more than 7%, and mainly the component is potassium. So it's quite dangerous for the boiler, because the potassium will melt it in the low temperature. So we try to reduce the ash content and potassium and also other component to make appropriate fuel for the produce the energy. Yeah. So utilization of VAV pellet for energy need pre-treatment. We need a washing treatment to reduce the ash content and return the ash or mineral to the soil through the wastewater. So the wastewater from washing system combined with the palm oil mill effluent. And after treatment, we can use for the liquid fertilizer. This is the preliminary result from the washing system. We use the palm oil mill effluent to wash the empty bunch. Yeah, to wash the mineral in the empty bunch. We put the empty bunch in the pomade, in the palm oil mill effluent, and then after that we press the liquid paste going to the biogas plant, and the solid paste is going to the pellet plant. So this is maybe not enough yet. So we need more washing using clean water to reduce the ash content below than 2.5%. Actually, for the power plant, 3% is okay, but other industry need less ash content. This is the mass balance in the EAP pellet processing. 1 ton of EAP we can produce about 0.4 ton. So in Indonesia, if we have about 50 million ton of CPO production a year, so we will produce about 22 million ton of empty bunch pellet. Yeah. And that empty bunch is quite hydrophobic. So we need to improve the hydrophobicity of the pellet, and also we can use the torrefaction system. And also another biomass is the palm kernel cell. Palm kernel cell also we can sell directly the palm kernel cell, but if we increase the heating value of palm kernel cell might be better. Yeah, we use torrefaction system, so we can get we call a black palm kernel cell. The heating value is increased very much. Yeah, from about 4,000 to more than 6,000. Yeah, and the condition is more hydrophobic. This is the empty bunch pellet. Yeah, if without torrefaction, is the condition is like this, hygroscopic, and after torrefaction is more hydrophobic. Yes, we put in the water. So after 5 minutes, the empty bunch pellet is destroyed, but after torrefaction is still stable. Yeah, even after 30 minutes. Yeah. So we propose to utilize part of the empty bunch to become energy, but also we consider about the carbon content in the soil in the plantation. So we assume 50% going to the plantation, but not in empty bunch fresh condition, but we convert to the biochar. So if we convert to the biochar, so carbon will remain in the plantation. So remain in the plantation for a long time. So after the carbon is enough, we can use the empty bunch for energy. Yeah. So increasing the renewable energy utilization will occur if empty buns can convert to the energy. Yeah. This is the estimation of the production of energy from the empty buns. Yeah, this is data from 2019 until 2022. The production of empty buns is about 54 million tons a year. Yeah, if only 50% convert to the energy, so we can produce about 10 million ton of empty buns pellet. Yeah. So if the empty buns pellet can convert to the energy, we can produce about 1,420 megawatt, and will reduce the greenhouse gas emission about 40 million ton of CO2 equivalent per year. Yeah, it's a big number and very much important to fulfill our national determined contribution of greenhouse gas emission. Another experiment is another research is how to make more biogas from the palm oil meal effluent.
Maybe 2 more minutes, Professor.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And then we use dry fermentation, and also we use the washing system like before, and produce more biogas here. And also another using the empty bun press. Yeah. And we use the high calorie, we can produce the high calorie of biocoal and also more biogas here. This is our previous experiment. The biogas is increased about 45% until the 75% due to utilization of the empty buns in the biogas plant. Yeah. This is the biogas plant, and also in Indonesia we already use the biogas to upgrade the methane content, methane concentration, and use for other purposes. Yeah. And this is the latest issue is about the bioethanol. So we can also produce the bioethanol from empty buns. Yeah. This is from the oil palm trunk, so we can produce the sugar and also the OBT drag. And the OBT drag is the lignin concentration is very low, so maybe possible to produce the bioethanol or nanocellulose-based product. Yeah, this is the latest issue. Yes, this month our government want to increase the number of bioethanol in the gasoline is about 10% starting for next year. We consume more than 30 million kiloliter a year of gasoline. And related to the membrane, I think we from the POME also we can produce volatile fatty acid. Yeah. So how to separate the volatile fatty acid from the substrate very much important because the volatile fatty acids also have several applications. Yeah. Not only for energy but also for food, for perfume, for other chemical also. Yeah. Yeah, this is another scenario to utilize the palm oil meal effluent. And the last, maybe from the palm oil meal effluent, also we can produce protein, like myco protein from the filamentous fungi. This is our latest research with my student. Yeah. The problem is how to optimize the production process and also how to purify, yeah, and of the product. Yeah, this is the scenario of the utilization of biomass residue from the palm oil meal, not only for energy but also for material and also for food, yeah, or feed. Yes. I think this is like scenario how to optimize the biomass residue utilization and reduce the greenhouse gas emission at the same time. Yeah. I think as the conclusion, waste management in palm oil mill industry should be developed to increase added value and also minimize the greenhouse gas emission and also environmental pollution load. And utilization of biomass residue is very much important to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. That is our all presentation. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give him a warm applause. This is our very interesting professor and very relevant to what have been mentioned earlier by the minister about the 12 principles of green chemistry. I believe that shifting to renewable energy from renewable resources is also one of the principles in green chemistry. Once again, thank you very much, Professor Uding, for sharing this really insightful speech with us. For those of you who have questions, please hold your question because we will have our next keynote speaker, Datin Paduka Professor Dr. Dayang Hajah Zohra binti Haji Sulaiman. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming her. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce Datin Paduka Professor Dr. Dayang Hajah Zohra binti Haji Sulaiman, the Vice Chancellor of University Technology Brunei, all the way from Brunei Darussalam to join us here. Thank you very much. She earned her Bachelor of Science in Applied Biology from the University of Wales, Master of Science in Food Science from the University of Reading, and PhD in Genetics from the University of Southampton, United Kingdom. With over 3 decades of academic experience, Datin Professor Dr. Zohra is an expert in biodiversity, molecular phylogeny, and fish biogeography. Under her visionary leadership, UTB has transformed into a globally recognized institution, achieving multiple international university rankings. Her exceptional contributions to science and education have been honored through ASEAN Awards and 6 state medals from His Majesty the Sultan of Brunei Darussalam. And today, she is going to share with us her speech on the history of Sundaland and Borneo, biodiversity of fauna. Please join me in welcoming Datin Professor Dr. Zohra Sulaiman. Yes, of course.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I thought I cannot sit because I see very well. It's been mentioned to you. How many of you here? I'm a biologist. I'm actually worried when the first 2 speakers are talking about engineering, chemical. So how many are biologists in the ballroom? Put your hands up. Only one? Only one? Okay, so I do not know whether you'll be able to understand what I'm going to talk about, but I try not to be too biological. So this is my topic, the historical biogeography of Sundaland, or Borneo, of Sundaland and Borneo, in which I'm concentrating on biodiversity of fauna because I cannot be covering the whole lot of flora and fauna because it's just too vast. So this is one of my specialty. Next one. Oh, sorry. Just this. Okay, so just a very information on how the present day was formed. This was actually evolved from 200 million years ago, and then later on Triassic period. Maybe you will know about Jurassic period when the dinosaurs emerged from the earth, and we are actually on the present day now. So after 225 million years ago, that's why how Borneo and the rest of the island was formed. Next one. So this is Southeast Asia. We understand how, Southeast Asia with regard to how big it is. It's about 4.5 meters, square kilometer, 3% of total land, 20,000 island, and 8.5% of the world total population. So as you can see here, I have marked some line, which is afterward will be relevant afterwards to what we are going to discuss. And this is what I'm talking about, biogeographical regions. It's actually Sunderland. This is where we are at the moment. And also the other part of here is Wallacea. This is Anwar. This is okay, never mind. Okay, whereas this is Sunderland and that is Wallacea. So there is a history behind this. And we know that Wallacea is actually transition between Asia and Australia. And there is, long time ago, the paleo rivers are submerged. And because of glaciation of the weather, and it become frozen. That's when all this appear, the river system in Sunderland, which actually present the history of the fauna and flora in this region. They form land bridges because of the frozen nature of the river. They can actually walk from one place to another because it was frozen. And we can see that how the animal, the fauna here, the Sunderland against the Wallacea and beyond. And we know that in between here is the transition, the Wallacea transition zone, that they are equally rich. And we know that you can only get kangaroo in Australia and no other place, because it's just unique because of the nature of the place, of the history of the region, that it become isolated at one place at one time, and that the fauna is different from the rest. And of course, over this side here, very rich. And in fact, Sunderland itself, including Brunei, is about 380 plus mammals, and I only zoom on freshwater fish because my research is about fish. 1,000 freshwater fish, and the Borneo is about 222 mammals with 400 freshwater fish, and you can see the sun bear, of course, the Javan tiger, and so forth. And you know, koala bear on the other side. So that's the separation of fauna. And I want to talk about the lines which is very important because it shows the distribution of fauna and of course flora as well. For those who works on flora, on plants, they will know this very well. And we have the Huxley line, which is actually a modification from Wallace line. Wallace line is the one that is actually separating Borneo. If you look at the blue line, so that is actually a faunal boundary line, which was drawn in 1859 by Alfred Wallace, because it separates Asia and Wallacea. And we have Lydekkes line, which is again modification. We have Weber's line, in which they now say the Tanimbar Island group appears to be the major interface between the Oriental and Australasian regions for mammal and other terrestrial vertebrate groups. So if you talk about faunas, terrestrial fauna against marine faunas, easy. Terrestrial fauna is just they are on the land and they do not move anywhere else. But there is hardly any study on marine fish and so forth. So in contrast, marine biotas of Sunderland and adjacent waters are not widely studied. Okay, so we have fish fauna hypothesis. This is mainly my work. So what we are trying to say here is that true that Wallace Line is actually separating fauna south in Sunderland and also in Wallacea and beyond the Australia region there. And secondly, there is another work which said that anybody knows walking catfish? Is it lele kah in Indonesian? Lele. So I'm also studying that one. It's just to say that whether morphology is actually aligned with DNA sequence. So that's the question there. So we just focus on Wallace's line, in which we say that there are historical biogeography around this region. The first one is that collision of ASEAN and Australian tectonic elements between 15 and 3 million years ago, which brought significant different terrestrial realms into close contact. Secondly, the occurrence of lowered sea level. I mentioned that glaciation, the river become frozen, forming land bridges, and it affects the distribution of the fauna, what we see today. So this is my study, just very short, Spanish mackerel, and it's epipelagic. You can find it all over the place. And we use DNA D-loop. I'm sure nowadays people, they work even more best compared to nowadays. This was like a long time ago when I was still young. But nowadays, I do not do this anymore, not so much anymore. I only have students. So what we are trying to establish here is that whether the East and the West are different. So this is what we are going to establish. So indeed, there is different. If you look at the line, Wallace's line, and there are samples, they give clusters A and B. A means they are exclusive Australia and some are Southeast Asia. Whereas B is strictly Southeast Asia and China. So there is a demarcation. There is a demarcation of the fish between the East and West. So that's one. So we managed to prove that it's different. So this is our finding. Okay, whereas clade A is Southeast Asia and Northern Australia. Clade B is exclusive to Southeast Asia. And there is indeed East-West division of Wallace's line, and there are differences. In fact, 43% are different. Okay, this is Lele, Clarias batricus. You think that they're all the same. They are not. Clarias batricus, which is common species found, and if you look at their head, okay, biologists do this thing. Look at their head. One is saw shape, meaning that it's very round. The other one is knife shape. They are both different. So what we want to do here is to actually look at DNA. If the morphology, what you see, is what you get. Something like that. So when we do this, we have sampling, including we have a sample from East Java, Bekasi, and then Sumatra. I think this is through our gene bank rather than through sampling. So we can have gene bank a section number from these places, including Laos. And we have, of course, Sumatra. So this is looking at cytochrome B gene, the mitochondrial gene. So we indeed find there are differences. If you look at that one, because I don't want to elaborate any technical, because I know that most of you are not biologists here. You will be both to hear me. So we have clade A, clade B, clade C, and clade D. Clade A is soul shape, the one which have a soul shape head. And then we have the knife shape. So they are indeed different. It means that the DNA is telling you their morphology as well. And we have Lao. These are more triangular. Clade D is from, forgot now which is J, from Malaysia, I think. So they are different. It indeed agrees that the shape of the head will tell you the differences in their DNA sequence. So these are all the AMOVA analysis to prove what I've said is correct. That's all. No need to elaborate further. So this is the findings. And we think that Borneo, Brunei, and Malaysia, especially West Malaysia, they have mutation, meaning they have over the time, over the period of all this Pleistocene, they mutate throughout. And they have high genetic differentiation. So again, I mentioned that genetic variation is consistent with morphological variation. So we have knife shape in Java and soul shape in Brunei and Borneo. So in Java, you will have that knife shape. So we have closest relationship between Java and Brunei or Borneo. Okay, whereas there is a relationship between West Malaysia and Laos and Sumatra. If you look at it logically, they are close to one another. So you would expect them to be different, to be the same. So in conclusion, I would like to say that the historical biogeography is actually influencing the biodiversity of fish fauna. And this is, since this is a biodiversity conference, so this needs to be preserved. So you have knowledge in the past which I bring to you, and for for the young people today to actually preserve this. This is something, a heritage for us, a history for us that we will never be able to erase. So this will be brought to the future. Thank you very much. I forgot to say thank you to Professor Ingenieur Mutia Elma, who is very important in bringing me here. She contacted me already in February. So I met that commitment. Thank you so much for for the hospitality, also to ULM. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor. A very interesting presentation. I never knew that catfish can have different shapes of head, like
biologists.
Yeah, only biologists like examining it. We chemists and engineers are just okay. This is something that we can eat, and that's all. So that's how we complement each other. So I believe that from the presentation, not just from what has been delivered offline by Professor Dayang, but also from the previous keynote speaker, maybe some of you have questions or maybe comments regarding the topic that has been delivered. So now I'm opening the question and answer session for maybe about 15 to 20 minutes. So if any of the audience have questions to our keynote speakers, please raise your hands to ask your questions. I do believe that this is the kind of research that takes maybe like years to collect the data. Okay, yeah, especially, yeah. Any questions? Oh, okay, we do have some questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the ability to ask questions in here. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Ricky Ronaldo. I'm a student of University of London. I would like to ask question for Professor Udin Hasanuddin. There is actually two questions that I would like to ask. So the first question is, we know that the government are more leading into green energy. Can we actually use 100% green fuel in the future? Maybe there is some issue that our technology aren't very much capable handling an organic fuel, like cause corrosion to the equipment. And the second question, can the POM or PEM waste be used 100% without added of fossil fuel in the mixture, like the fossil fuel, in producing electricity in boiler? What would it be needed to be used the waste 100% without the added mixture? Maybe that's all my question for Professor Udin Hasanuddin. Thank you for the time.
Okay, silahkan Prof. Udin, please.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. For the first question, I think in the future we have to go to the green fuel. Yeah, of course, in Indonesia, for diesel, we blend the fossil diesel with 40% of biodiesel. In this case, the biodiesel is FAMI, fatty acid methyl ester. So if we want to use 100% of green fuel, I think we have to go to the different biodiesel. Now we startly to develop the hydrotreated vegetable oil, HVO. Yeah, HVO. Using HVO, I think we will have the possibility to use more than 40% of the biodiesel, but I think 100% might be possible. Yeah, yeah. We have to check again to check to the impact to the engine and also for the other equipment in the vehicle. If we talk about the gasoline, no, from the palm oil, also we already developed in Indonesia. We already developed the green gasoline. Yeah, under the Indonesian Oil Palm Fund Management Agency, we developed the green gasoline, not only green diesel, but only green, also green gasoline. So we convert the palm oil to become green gasoline. Yeah. So I think our colleagues from Chemical Engineering Department of Bandung Institute of Technology already developed that system. Yeah, they developed the catalyst and also the process. And about the utilization of palm oil meal effluent to become electricity, the process is a little bit different. The conversion of palm oil meal effluent to electricity, first is to convert the organic matter to become biogas. The biogas is methane, mainly is methane and carbon dioxide. And the methane has heating value. Before utilized in the gas engine, the biogas should be purified to remove some impurity like hydrogen sulfide, because hydrogen sulfide is dangerous for the gas engine because of corrosion, and also remove the water in the biogas. So after remove the hydrogen sulfide and remove the water from the biogas, we can use the biogas directly as a fuel in the gas engine. So in this case, it's only gas space we can utilize to the for fuel in the electricity generation. Yeah, but the liquid base after treatment we can utilize for liquid fertilizer and return to the plantation. Yeah, I think that is my answer. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Ugin. And so I do believe that we do have the possibility to shift into 100% renewable energy, but of course it needs to be diverse, correct? Not just from one sources of renewable energy, but through different sources. And
yeah,
considering Indonesia is very rich in biodiversity, we have a very diverse options of biomaterials. I think we have quite an options to choose from.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Oh, we have question from a biologist. Okay, from biologist to biologist. How wonderful.
My question is for Professor Zora. Can you describe the range of research projects that your university is carrying out on the animals, land and sea, of Borneo?
Thank you, Professor. Actually, I came from another university, University Brunei Darussalam, which did all this work. Now I'm with University Technology Brunei. Actually, I'm the only biologist there. So, because they are all very engineering centric. But University Brunei Darussalam, this nature of work, not a lot. I believe I was the one that did a lot on biogeography, and they are doing aquaculture work on eels, not eels, anguilla marmorata, and the marine. They also did this kind of relationship between biogeographical lines. But since I left, I know I'm not updated on what they're doing now. So I hope I can answer your question, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Dayang. Do we have another questions? Okay, we do have one over there. But the one with glasses. Okay. Miss, please raise your hand again. So the okay. Oh well, okay. Excuse me, but actually I was referring to her. Okay. You will have your turn after this, okay? Okay. Well, you know what they say, ladies first.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Sabila from ITB, and I want to ask a question to Professor Udin Hoirudin. Actually, I have two questions. First is, in order to achieve Indonesia government target to use 10% bioethanol in existing gasoline, do you think the resource from Indonesia is enough to supply the targeted bioethanol percentage without import dependency? And the second question is, what will the consequence of using 10% bioethanol in existing internal combustion engine in private car? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Prof. Udin, a very good question, please.
Yeah. The very interesting question. This is, I think, our government and also some bioenergy experts discuss about the possibility to put 10% of bioethanol in the gasoline. As you know that our resources of bioethanol is currently using the molasses, byproduct from the sugarcane industry, and also we use. I think that mainly it's the molasses, and before we also used the cassava, yeah, and to 10% of the gasoline, as I mentioned before, the subsidized gasoline is we consume about 31.7 million kiloliter. If 10% is about 3.2 million kiloliter. It's a big amount of the bioethanol. It's of course not enough. If we only use the molasses, if we use the cassava, the price is quite expensive because the cassava currently used for produce the tapioca. Yeah. Some other resources, though we are discussing, is empty food bunch. If we can use the empty food bunch to convert to the bioethanol, maybe enough for 10%. Yeah. But the process is quite different. This is a secondary bioethanol production. So we have to convert the lignocellulose to become sugar, to become glucose. and through the fermentation, we convert to the bioethanol. So the problem is how to convert the lignocellulose sources to become sugar, to become glucose. That is one of the challenges here. Yeah. And also, maybe our government want to make what can I say, the sugarcane plantation, another sugarcane plantation dedicated for energy. Yeah, maybe we can fulfill the 10% of the gasoline consumption. Yeah. And then the impact to the engine. I think I'm not the mechanical engineer, so I don't know exactly. But from several colleagues, they said using the current vehicle system, 20% of there is a statement from our colleagues from the mechanical engineering, and also from the Director General of the Renewable Energy and New Energy in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. She said 20% is okay. No problem. So it means 10% is okay, no problem. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Udin. And then I have promised the guy in the back to be our next person asking question, which sadly is the last questions that we would have.
My name is Muhammad Rahim. I'm from Polytechnic Negeri Banjarmasin. I have question about open window composting. Ini is very interesting. My question: how does the open window composting system help reduce environmental pollution? And then, what are the main challenge in keeping the open window composting system working well? Thank you.
Prof. Udin, I believe that this is a good question for you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, open window composting system, the challenge of this process is how to pile is should be around 60%. Yeah, so every day, every 2 days, usually every 2 days we spread the palm oil meal effluent. Because we use the palm oil meal effluent in the aerobic condition of the composting system. So it means we can prevent the production of methane in the pond. Yeah, because we use in the aerobic process, so our gas production is carbon dioxide. But carbon dioxide is coming from the organic matter, so we can claim that the carbon dioxide is the neutral carbon dioxide. Yeah. So why we can reduce the greenhouse gas emission is because we can prevent the production of methane in the palm oil mill wastewater treatment plant. So that is my answer about the reduction of greenhouse gas emission. And to make the good compost in the open window system, first is we have to keep the moisture around 60%, and also we keep the aeration condition. Yeah, so every 2 days also, if today we spread the palm oil meal effluent, so tomorrow we have to turn the pile to make more aerobic condition. Yeah. So the composition process become faster. Yeah. During the prevent the methane production in the composting system. Yeah. Yeah. That is my answer, I think. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Udin. And yes, this thing with greenhouse gases emission can be quite tricky, but as what you have explained, it's the net that we are looking for, even though emitting greenhouse gases is sometimes inevitable, but I think that from what you have explained, we are trying to find way for carbon sequestration to capture the carbon that we have released to the atmosphere. So yeah, the total net would be less than would be even less. So I don't know, do we still have time for maybe one or two quick questions? Okay, especially because it's getting closer to lunchtime. I think that. So again, this has been a very enlightening session with very inspiring speech and talks from our keynote speakers. Prof. Udin delivered virtually, and also the speech from Professor Hiroki Nagasawa and Prof. Dayang Haja Zohra Binti Haji Sulaiman, and also the question and answer session has also been very enlightening also. So I think that should conclude our first session of the keynote session for this morning to noon. Please again join me in giving our appreciation to all of our keynote speakers for sharing their expertise with us. So thank you very much for all the keynote speakers. We really appreciate your time and your willingness to share your expertise and knowledge. So now, Professor, you can go back to your seat. Again, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And also, Professor Nagasawa, thank you very much for sharing your speech with us. Prof. Udin, sehat selalu, Pak.
Yeah, thank you very much. Also, please convey my best regard to Professor Mutia. Yeah, thank you very much.
She's here with us. Okay, so me, Utami Rawati, as a moderator, would like to thank you again for all the keynote speakers and all the participants for your active contribution in this session. I do apologize if there is anything that is uncomfortable for you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will give this back to the master of ceremony. Thank you.
For participants who have asked, please attend the committee at the end of the event to get a souvenir.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the plenary session of this morning. We will now take a break for lunch, prayer, and rest. The program will begin again at 1:30 p.m. in the same venue. We kindly ask for your punctual attendance so that the conference may continue smoothly. The lunch is available near the photo booth area. Please enjoy your break, and we will see you in the next session.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear? Okay, good. Do you want me to try sharing my slide? Do you want me to share my slide to test? Okay. Hang on. Hang on. Are you able to see my slide? Okay, good. And by the way, how many minutes I have to present? Oh, 25 minutes. Only the presentation or including the Q&A? Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, my pleasure.
distinguished guests, we are now entering the second session. We hope you are refreshed and ready to continue the conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to an unexpected situation, one of our agenda items missed earlier, and we sincerely apologized about that. Therefore, the presentation of plaques and certificates will be conducted now as a token of our appreciation. We respectfully invite the Chair of KPRRC ICChEAS 2025, Professor Muthia Elma, to come forward to present the plaques and certificates. We also invite the President of KUUB, Professor Dr. Sharul Razid Sarbini, together with our keynote speakers, Datin Paduka Professor Dr. Dayang, Hajah Zora binti Sulaiman, Associate Professor Hiroki Nagasawa, Mr. Kiswanto, and Professor Krisma Dinata. Please come to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have photo session. So we would like to invite all the guests and participants to join the photo session.
Okay, maybe turn around so the all participant can in the picture of the photos. Yes, like that. Yes. For all the participants, please be rise. Oh, okay. To take a picture together. I'll count. 3, 2, 1, and cheese. Okay, maybe L sign for ULM. L sign. Okay. 3, 2, 1, and cheese. Okay, thank you for all the participants and all the distinguished guests.
To guide us in this session, let's welcome our moderator, Alia Rahmi, SDP MN SC PhD, to the stage.
Mrs. Alia Rahmi, PhD, is a lecturer from the Department of Agro-Industrial Technology, Faculty of Agriculture, Lambung Mangkurat University. She graduated from EPB and University of New South Wales, Sydney, specializing in food science and technology. She has received several international scholarships and actively publishes scientific research. Please welcome and big applause for her.
Check. Yes, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yes. A warm welcome to everyone here, ladies and gentlemen, research fellow, and all presenters and all audience in the KPRRC ICChEAS participants and presenters today. We are going to run this afternoon session for around 1 hour, and so I am going to cut the chase and will invite the keynote speaker for this afternoon. So first one up, we will have Professor Agus Saptoro, who is already available, ready on the other end of the line. If I can check with the committee, is Bapak Professor Agus Saptoro ready? Can I say hi to him? Is he there already?
Hello, everyone.
Yes, Bapak. Bapak, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. So Bapak Agus Saptoro will be with us, and together we will also have another 2 keynote speakers, and they are here already, and I would like to invite them to join me on the stage. I would like to first invite Bapak Kiswanto S. Hood, MP PhD. Bapak Dr. Kiswanto, would you please kindly join me at on the stage? Yes, please sit comfortably, Bapak. And I would like to also invite Bapak, I just don't want to mispronounce, Bapak, allow me. Bapak Insinyur Haji Krismadinata MT PhD, Bapak Dr. Krismadinata, please join me to the stage. Yes, please be seated, Bapak. Yes, now that we are sitting comfortably, I would like to first introduce just a brief introduction of our each of our keynote speakers. First one is Bapak Professor Agus Saptoro. He is from the Western Australia School of Mines, Minerals, Energy and Chemical Engineering, Curtin University in Perth, Australia. Hello, Bapak Agus Saptoro. Yes, we have said hi. And his speech titled Absorption-Based CO2 Capture and Hydrate-Based CO2 Storage, Current Status and Future Perspective. And secondly, I would like to introduce to you briefly Bapak Kiswanto, Bapak Dr. Kiswanto. He is from Mula Warman University, and his speech would be adaptive silviculture for restoring mangrove ecosystems to reach biodiversity and blue carbon benefits. And Bapak Dr. Krisma Dinata. He is currently the rector of Universitas Negeri Padang. Bapak Rektor, selamat datang di Banjarmasin. And his speech is titled Power Electronics for Renewable Energy Application. Now, to all the speakers, I would like to inform to you all that each of the speech will be around 15 minutes max, and we will share the three of you each 15 minutes, and we are aiming at closing the session at 2:35 p.m. Banjarmasin time. So it's about roughly an hour from now. So without any further ado, I would like to invite Professor Agus Saptoro. Time is yours.
Thank you. I hope my voice is audible on the other end. Is that okay?
Yes, it's loud and clear, Bapak.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. Very good afternoon to all VIP guests, distinguished speakers, presenters and participants, conference organizers, partners and sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. Good to be here, and thank you for inviting me. And of course, I need to sincerely apologize. I was not able to travel to Banjarmasin, and of course, I miss the boat cruise, enjoying Soto Banjar, the riverside. But yeah, too bad. We are having accreditations this week and next week, so therefore I couldn't travel to Banjarmasin. So I hope the technology today in our side and the presentation can be done smoothly, even though it is a remote presentation. So I'm with Curtin University, and to be precise, as introduced by the moderator, I'm with Western Australia School of Mine. I was with Curtin Malaysia when I received the invitation to be the speakers last year. Thank you to Professor Mutia. And actually, I promised her to come to Banjarmasin. Again, my apology that I couldn't make it. I always I'm there with you and enjoying the session and having a fruitful discussion. So this is where I am. So if you are trying to imagine where I'm sitting, so I'm inside this building, School of Mine, and everyone who are interested, especially those who are looking for postgraduate placement or a doctoral degree studies, we are welcoming you. And our mining and mineral engineering a flagship program that currently fifth in the QS ranking this year. So these are the outline of my presentation. I will try to be concise, and I understand that the audience are coming from different backgrounds. So even though I will touch a little bit some technical aspect, but I will try to also speak from general overview and using layman word. So I will start with the background, some perspective are there, what are the current technology available, activities in our groups. So our group is just possibly doing small slice of cake of a big cake of work that we have to do. So I'm going to share some of it today, and I will end with some recommendation for future directions for our group as well as for every one of us. So I need to acknowledge these three students from my group. So the slide today mostly from their work. So thanks to Dr. Foster and Dr. Said as well as Ms. Christine N, who did PhD and a bachelor degree research with me a couple years ago. Okay, so we have been hearing a lot of hype about decarbonization, net zero, climate change, global warming. So a lot of terminologies that flying around. But I think by avoiding this hype and this jargon, we better focus on what matters and also what we need to do. So I would like to start with business as usual. So if we talk about carbon cycle, it's a business as usual. It's a natural process plus human driven process. And as long as the cycle work in order, they are balanced, then everything should be all right. So I think that's the bottom line. So CO2 emission is okay as long in in order or human driven. Naturally CO2 or other greenhouse gases, but at the same time, the nature also remove is being balanced. So that thing is uh, uh, carbon cycle is on this word has been on the negative side, is a blame for this global warming. But I think we need to be fair to see the greenhouse effect, because greenhouse effect can be a blessing, can also be curse, because the blessing is that due to the greenhouse effect, then our planet is not too cold. So it's just good enough for us to live. Imagine if now we are talking about migrating to Mars, but Mars CO2 concentration in the Mars atmosphere is low, therefore it is very cold for us to live in. So we have to be thankful that greenhouse effect is there, so that the Earth is not too cold. So it's just good enough. But that's maybe in the past or years ago. So now, when we are moving into imbalance carbon cycle or other greenhouse gases cycle as well, then we need to talk about the curse, right? So when the greenhouse gas, particularly CO2, are too much, so we have a positive balance in our atmosphere, then yeah, we have to face the reality that the Earth is getting warmer. It's not really also warmer, but also hotter. So a couple of days ago, I'm in the regional campus in Western Australia. So a couple of days ago, the temperature, even though it's not summer yet, so it's reached 40 degrees Celsius a couple of days ago. So it's just a bit yeah, it's a bit too much for us in the spring season. But that's the way it is because of the greenhouse effect, where the carbon cycle is in balance. Then yeah, our Earth is getting warmer. Now, some clarification as well on the carbon neutralities. So I believe students and our general audience sitting in the conference and a colloquium. So I think something to make it right is also that carbon neutrality doesn't mean that we don't emit CO2s, the emission is zero. But the thing is that carbon neutrality is talking about the net balance. We are talking about balance. So whatever CO2 generated, be it naturally or human driven, should also be balanced by the removal. again, be it naturally or human driven. So we are talking about the net carbon. And when we go into the broadened perspective, we now talk about net zero. I think you heard about this terminology, I believe. So net zero is talking about neutrality for the greenhouse gases, okay? Because greenhouse gases is not only CO2, right? So we have also methane, we also have other gases as well. So we are talking about the balance, okay, or the net between generations and removal. Okay, if we look at some countries in ASEAN, I'm not showing all countries in ASEAN here, and I think we have a new member, Timor-Leste. I think is recently joined. I heard. So I have the data of those countries except Timor-Leste, but let me show only these four. Three of them are members of KUUB. I think everyone is setting the target for net zero, which is good start. It is a good start, and aligned with the global movement on setting up the target to be net zero. So Malaysia setting to be net zero in 2050. Brunei is setting at the same year. I think Singapore also at the same year, 2050. Indonesia is 2060 or sooner, while Thailand earlier for carbon neutrality in 2050 and 2065 for the rest of the greenhouse gas emission. So this is, I think, is a good start. Seeing that ASEAN is also moving forward to the same agenda to have carbon neutrality and the net zero emission. So in Australia, the target country-wise, the target is also net zero emission by 2050. But if we look at the state, so every state, not all state, some state they have a legislation and target. Some have a target, but there is no legislation. So what I'm trying to show here is that I think this agenda is for is a everyone agenda, and it's not only the central government or the federal government, but it should be also the responsibility of the state and the district region. And I think this is something that possibly other countries who possibly haven't breakdown into region base. I think every base should have also a target, because we understand that every region have their own scenarios and challenges. So I think this is a quite good example that every state in Australia have their own. Tasmania is the only state that has achieved the net zero emission. I think you are aware that Tasmania is the greenest state. They have, I think, well protected forests, and therefore, in terms of net zero calculation, Tasmania has achieved net zero in 2040. And I think this is something benchmark. Australia, in this case, even though 2050 is a target, but they are intermediate for removal of gas emission. And we need to work gradually, because if we look at the net zero is a challenging to achieve. So therefore, we need to break down into step, a smaller target. Now the trade-off. Okay, if we are working in any projects, particularly in engineering projects, we always facing can say is a dilemma. So population increases, industrial processes grows. So therefore, the energy consumption also skyrocketing until of time. But at the same time, we need to be fast in cutting CO2. So why I need to connect energy security, energy consumption, energy security to decarbonization? Because we acknowledge that, yeah, the energy sector is one of the main contributors to the carbon emission. So therefore, this area is one of the main focus for decarbonization. So if we talk about approaches, I think most of the hype, most of the hoo-ha is on the renewable energy and CO2 captures and storage that I'm going to focus a little bit from our group research. But we shouldn't actually neglect the first two. The first one is on the efficiencies. So we should keep the existing infrastructure facilities that we have and look at into any effort to make it more efficient, more cost saving, more energy saving, whatever it is. I think we need to make it efficient so that the energy consumption is less. So yeah, this is something that we forget to care about what we have, and we are talking about more about the one that we don't have. So yeah, this is something to highlight as well to our curriculum. I think most of us, possibly educators, I should also revamp our curriculum on how our thing being efficient in many ways, so that we can save energy, we can save costs. And again, the simple thing that we can do, planting trees. And I think Tasmania can be a good example. And that you have a workshop on sustainable mangrove for carbon sequestration. Yeah, that's something that, yeah, we think is a small matters, but it's small matters, but we are doing that by stages that will make a big impact. So yeah, planting mangroves for strengthening, our sustainable plantations would be also the reducing emission. But allow me to focus on the CO2 captures, because I also believe that all this effort have to be done in parallel. So we have to do it concurrently, and we have to work in a team. So when we talk about industrial
Bapak Agus, sorry.
decarbonization, yes.
Sorry, I just have to cut in. If it is possible to wrap up in 2 minutes, Bapak?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, it's getting
sure. Yeah.
hot.
So
Thank you.
okay, okay, I understand. So yeah, when we talk about industrial decarbonizations, then yeah, we have to talk about different ways in doing things. So carbon capture is only one of it. And I think, yeah, I have a slide that I shared to the organizer. I don't mind that we share to the participants. I think I have some details, but I may not have a time to look at it. But perhaps the one that I would like to highlight here is that, yeah, this is the ideal scenarios. These are ideal scenarios. But I think the challenge here is that, okay, let me skip my research. That's, I think, is on the carbon captures. So that possibly the takeaway point that we should possibly consider is, I think it's just a fresh from the oven. So we have invested a lot in research and funding to deploy CO2 captures and storage. And I think due to the time constraint, some detail from my research, you can look at my slide. But previous slide, regardless what happened, regardless the progress has been slow, but I think we should continue in what we can do in our capacity, in our expertise, from the easiest to what we can contribute. And I think this decarbonization, whatever technology that we are considering, is worth it to fight for, because it is our home that we protect, isn't it? So I believe whatever expertise that you are having, whether it's your policymakers, you are seeing from the social angle, you are seeing from the food security perspective. I think, yeah, we have to work in a team, and keep moving forward, and try to have a more cost-effective way in doing things, because the challenge in the decarbonization that hinder and make industry reluctant to adopt is on the costing, because we have to accept the reality that CO2 captures and storage is a additional operating cost. So yeah, I jump into the conclusions. I hope I can convey the main message, while the details, I think you can have a look at my slide. I also put in some journal paper that we have published that you can see the details if you are interested in. But yeah, we have to, as a conclusion here, concluding remarks, I think we have to play our roles wherever we are, or whatever expertise we have, whatever capacity we are having, as a collective effort. Some two technology that our group is doing, I mean, if you are doing the same thing or similar, I'm happy to connect with you so that we can build a partnership how to advance this storage, the capture and storage to be technically more feasible and economically viable. At the same time, yeah, hydrate is not new, but yeah, I think we need to improve. Recently, from US, they managed to do a simple way using ice water and amino acid to capture, to store methane. That may be another breakthrough for us to for energy storage and also CO2 captures. And of course, let's protect our mangrove and our forest. So based on some data, each major trees absorb 22 kg CO2 per year. So that's also worth it effort that we can do, at least at the personal levels. So yeah, yeah, time is not our side, but I hope that I can deliver the main message. Thank you for listening. So yeah, let's make tomorrow and next year and the following years better through what we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bapak Professor Agus Saptoro. Yeah, time is not on our side this time, so I guess there are key points, so more cost-effective processes, and let's play our roles in continuous and collective efforts, and more energy-efficient processes. I guess that's what we can take so far from the first speech, and I would like to invite Bapak Dr. Kiswanto to give your speech. Floor is yours.
Baik, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Bu Alia. Good afternoon, everyone, business colleagues and fellow researchers. My name is Kiswanto. I'm Associate Professor of Silviculture and Ecosystem Restorations. I'm forester, but I'm not orangutan. You know that in Bahasa, right? So different species in similar genetics, maybe. Yeah, I'm from Mula University in Samarinda, Indonesia. So on behalf of the rector and Mula University, today I would like to share our research about the adaptive silviculture for restoring mangrove ecosystem to reach biodiversity and blue carbon benefits. Can you display the slide in this? So I can see this. Okay, this presentation introduced about the comprehensive research framework, which combine the geospatial modeling and also field survey to design mangrove ecosystem restorations. So with the goal improving the biodiversity conservation and also optimizing the blue carbon storage. Prof. Agus also have explained about the emissions, carbon emissions, CO2 emissions. So in this session, I would like to share and discuss with you about what is the strategy, the best strategy for restoring ecosystem in mangrove ecosystems. So the next slide. According to the Minister of Forestry degree, can you use? Yes. Okay. According to Minister of Forestry degree number 549 to 2025, you can see that the existing mangrove ecosystem in Indonesia is around 3.4 million hectares, and in Kalimantan part of Borneo, we have 220,000 hectares or 21% of Indonesian mangroves, and in East Kalimantan province contributes to 240,000 hectares of existing mangrove. So you can see the pie diagrams. That's the composition of existing mangrove in Kalimantan part of Borneo. So East Kalimantan dominated by 30%, and followed by North Kalimantan and West Kalimantan in 22%. Meanwhile, South Kalimantan and Central Kalimantan is the lowest existing mangrove ecosystem, with 11 and 6% respectively. So in the mangrove condition in East Kalimantan province, as you can see in the graph, the mangrove, the total area of mangroves is declined year by year. So from 299,000 in 2000 to 240,000 in 2024. So a loss about 57,000 hectares. So this decline mainly due to the aquaculture for conversions. Our spatial analysis, we also find that the coal mining, illegal logging, oil palm plantations, and the other activities also contribute to the decline of mangrove ecosystem. So this treated ecosystem underscore that the necessity for restoration strategies that address various sources of the degradations and promote sustainable coastal management development. My research collaborate with the research for the students in the doctoral program, master program, and the bachelor program. So we did some collecting data in the mangrove existing in the East Kalimantan. As you can see in the map, we collect data in the Delta Mahakam. I call it this the best sample of mangrove management in Delta Mahakam. So also we have in Tengin Baru, Nusantara capital city, the new capital city of Indonesia, and also in Bontang, East Kutai Kartanegara Regency, and also Berau. For the methodology, we combine geospatial modeling in the first step and also followed by the field survey. For the geospatial modeling, we try to identify the existing mangrove boundaries and also classify the forest density, and then we took the field survey to develop sampling plot in each forest density class. And for the field survey, we use international standard combined in Indonesia National Standard 7724 in 2019, and also the publication or the methodology from the Kaufman and Donaton 2012 according the protocol for measuring and monitoring the carbon stock in the field. So we develop transect 125 meters and put 6 circular plots with different radius for seedling, sampling, and full and trace observations. So we're doing the collecting data in the subplot and analyze to the biodiversity and carbon stock. So for the mapping, for the existing mangrove ecosystem, we put sample in Bontang. In Bontang we have around 2.7 thousand hectares and divided into various forest density from very dense to very sparse and also non-vegetated class. So you can see the blue circle is the location can be selected for the restoration program. So we choose the low density, that means less of vegetation of mangrove occur in the locations. And also in the brow we identified around 85.7 thousand hectares mangrove existing in the brow. So we divided into several classes. So in brow we found primary and secondary forest. So we divided into the forest dense. So we can identify dense primary, moderate primary, dense secondary, moderate secondary, sparse secondary, and also non-vegetated. So we can select, same with the in Bontang, we select the low density to be prioritized for the restoration plan. For the biodiversity hotspots, in this slide, I would like to remind all of you in this ballroom that if we want to rehabilitate the mangrove, we have to know the zonations. So we have 3 zones in mangrove. The seawards zones. Seawards zone is dominated by Avicennia and Soneratia, and the middle zone is Rhizopora, Bruguruera, Lumnicera, and Seriops, and the landward zone is Silocarpus, Escocaria, and also Nipa. So if we want to restore the ecosystem, so we have to know the location, the zonation of the mangroves. Okay, in these slides, I just want to show you that in species diversity analysis, we can see that the natural regenerations contains diversity of species higher than artificial regenerations. So it means that naturally growing mangroves tend to support the wider diversity of species compared to the human intervention of the rehabilitations. So we have to remind the, okay, I have a lot of slides. Okay, I need to next, because this one is about talk about density of species. Density of species is caused by the what we call the number of individuals in the area. So the number of species, this is caused by intervention of human by the rehabilitation program. So also the density, so we can see that the natural regeneration is more than enough for the stand density compared to the artificial one. This is also the important value index, illustrate the dominance of one or some species in the locations. Also the diversity indices, we can see that natural regeneration is more than highest indices compared than artificial. So talk about the blue carbon storage. I just want to show you that the sampling poles and tree show the positive correlation with forest dense, but the seedling is negative correlation. You can see the value in below the chart, and for the locations we can see that natural regeneration, natural ecosystem is better than artificial. It's also about soil organic carbon. Soil organic carbon, we can see that the forest density and the total of soil organic carbon is quite correlation there. But in forest, what we call this one is like positive correlation from 0 to 90 centimeters, and then negative correlations. In this slide we can see that if we have former fish pond and rehabilitate by mangroves, so we got soil organic carbon better than natural regenerations. Yeah, this one is the point. The restaurant strategies should be formulated based on the existing condition. The first one, if we have undisturbed mangrove ecosystem, so we can employ the natural regeneration, relying on natural seed source and a seedling formation. But we have, if we have disturbed mangrove, so we can use the combined application, enrichment planting in the spot, and then natural regeneration in the other sites. For the former fish pond, abandoned aquaculture ponds, we can intensive planting in all area, but need to restore the landscape first, and then planted the mangrove. For the active piston, we need to know the objective of the piston. So we can combine like Komplangan methods. This is like a water filter in the piston area, and the empang parit method is the center of the piston, and then tanggul, this is the embankment, and line planting methods. For the conclusion, the adaptive silviculture combine geospatial modeling and also field survey. Geospatial modeling to identify the boundaries of ecosystem, mangrove ecosystem, and also classify the density. And the field survey can collect the data and analyze for the biodiversity and carbon storage. So the end of this presentation, I just want to remind you that mangrove restorations not only talk about planting, but to restore the unique characteristic in that ecosystem. So we have to know, we have to correct the deeply information about the ecosystem before we formulate the strategy. Thank you, Bu Alia, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yes, so it's like a tailor-made approach, yeah, Bapak, for mangrove restoration, taking into consideration the ecosystem of each of the zones. Yes, time again is not in our side, and yeah, I'm so sorry to spoil the curiosity. Even now, I feel guilty talking. So, yeah. So again, both the speakers and I think the three of them will give you the triggers for us, everyone here, to look furthermore into their studies through their publications, I suppose. Yes. Next one up is Bapak Dr. Krisma Dinata. So he will be delivering on power electronics for renewable energy application. Bapak, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon, everybody, speakers, presenter, practitioners, and students, all of my colleagues attend this conference. I attend this conference rather different from the others because I will be talking about the power electronic. Please, my slide. Okay. Zoom. Okay, if we're talking about the power electronic is the heart of the modern renewable energy system. Why we say that? Because most of the energy most useful when we convert to be electricity. So power electronic is the heart of the renewable energy. It's a brief of my CV. Yeah, I'm to thanks to Prof. Mutia to invite me because Prof. Mutia she is my senior, so I must obey and follow what he ordered to me, although I'm a rector. She was my senior when I was junior high school. Okay, it's a little bit about my CV. So my expertise is power electronics. So this is my campus, yeah, in West Sumatra. West Sumatra is the biggest, the student body biggest in the Sumatra Island student body, yeah. So in our campus we have 10 faculty and 2 schools, and then we have 125 lecturers, and then 60,000 student body. And then our accreditation, we get the excellent or unggul for national accreditation. And this our campus. Our campus distribute 7 district. Yeah, we have to 10 campus distributed in then West Sumatra province. And then for the ranking, Universitas Negeri Padang, one of the world-class university in Indonesia. Our ranking is the 21st among 26 university in Indonesia. Yeah. And then the Asia ranking is our Asia ranking, and then Southeast Asia ranking also. For the impact ranking and time higher education, our ranking 1000, and for special for the SDGs 4, we get the 96 ranking, especially in quality education. This is our team. Yeah, we have set up one research center. We call the research center is the Center of Energy Power Electronic Research. This is our team, and then our student also. So our center research 3 group: power electronic, and then electric physical, and then also transportation and physical, yeah, transportation of and vehicle. So if our research regarding to the renewable energy, we concern about the solar energy, yeah, and then the also solar energy instrumentation for our energy, and then also biofuel and the biomass. Yeah, is one of our member research regarding to the renewable energy also. And this one, some of our team also research about the electric vehicle. So the electric vehicle we design ourselves. We use to our campus. So our campus now use electric vehicle, but this is our design this electric vehicle. And then our team also research about the transformation technology. And then also transformation energy. And then we active research regarding to artificial intelligence, machine learning, and IoT system research also. So for the quality education, our university ranking number 4 in Indonesia after Syah Kuala, IPB, and ITB. So for quality education, our university is number 4 in the national ranking. Yeah, and if you're talking about the energy, yeah, we know the crisis energy, yeah, when the demand exceed the supply, yeah. So we need to the transformation from traditional energy to the green energy. So if you're talking the energy paradigm, so we need to shift the fuel energy, fossil energy to the green energy. So the backbone of technology, power electronic technology, is essential infrastructure that make this global transformation possible and practical. Yeah. This we talking about energy technology, development in energy technology, development in energy technology and classical power system, and then the modern energy technology. We don't need the transmission. You know, in the traditional energy technology, we need to the high building, yeah, to transmission the energy. For the future, we don't need to the transmission line. So we produce energy and distribute to our consumer. This the next technology. This is collection distribution energy, yeah, system efficient and reliable, environment friendly, and traditional energy source. Yeah. This is the concept, the distributed energy system. So distributed energy system is efficient, reliable, and environmentally friendly. Yeah. And then power electronic system work is in conjunction with renewable energy generation technology to convert harvest energy in usable electric power. So the power electronic system is designed to convert this harvest energy to the maximum efficiency. So what is the power electronic? Yeah, power electronic is application solid state electronic like the power switch, yeah, to control the conversion of electric power. Is crucial to manage the flow of the energy complex modern system. And then we apply the power electronic for the energy conversion, yeah, and then we need the semiconductor switch, yeah. To core technology relies to advance semiconductor switches like the insulated gate polar transistor, MOSFET, silicon carbide, and the GaN, yeah, and then there are many power semiconductor. So the power electronic is make at a number of the system. The major component we will be inverter, yeah. You know power electronic rather different signal electronic. Signal electronic like that way we have done. I speak, yeah, I talk. So we need to the power to get the output. We doesn't matter. We don't regardless about the power, but we need the signal input the same with the signal output. But power electronic, we don't care about the signal. Make sure the input power the same with the output power. This different signal electronic and power electronic. So in power electronic, for example, in your charging, yeah, your handphone charging, your laptop charging is power electronic, yeah. And then the electric vehicle, so we need power electronic. So power electronic is the future technology, yeah. We need the power electronic to our future, yeah, because most of the energy need to convert to be electricity. So we need power electronic. There are many type of the power electronic, yeah. One of we call the rectifier, convert to DC, AC to DC, and we need inverter, DC to AC, and DC-DC converter, DC to DC, and also AC to AC, yeah. So power electronic also we can implement apply to the wind energy, yeah. So for the grid synchronization, energy efficient, and then system reliability, yeah. Because we get the power from the turbine, so we convert to the electricity. And then this type of the power electronic for the wind energy, yeah, DC to DC, AC to DC, yeah, AC to DC, yeah, because the generator to produce the AC, and then but the AC not stabilized, so we need to convert AC to DC, and DC we must to convert to AC because the consumption normally is AC, so we need to convert DC to AC. And then we know photovoltaic or the solar, yeah, this is DC, yeah. We convert from the light, the sun, convert to the electricity. The electricity from the solar is DC, but the most of our consumption is AC. So we need convert DC to AC. So we need the power electronic also. And normally to convert to DC to AC, we call it inverter. Yeah. So there are many converter we apply to the technology photovoltaic. Yeah, there are we call it a string inverter, a multi-level inverter, yeah, and micro inverter. Yeah, this technology to convert power from the photovoltaic to be feed to the grid. Yeah. This one configuration of the inverter. Yeah. The small size. Yeah, we put the small component in the back side of the PV module, so we can convert from the DC to AC. Directly feed to the grid. So we call it micro inverter. The power is small, the size is small, so they convert DC to AC. Yeah, from the low voltage, for example, only 40 volt DC to be 220 volt AC. Yeah. And also we can implement the power electronic in the fuel cell. Yeah, we know to fuel cell we convert hydrogen, oxygen will be water and the electricity. So the voltage generated from the fuel cell is DC. Yeah, so we need to convert DC to AC because most of the load, yeah, consumer load is AC. So we need convert to DC to AC. Yeah. And also, we know the power electronic we can also implement in the small hydro, for example, micro hydro, pico hydro, yeah, because the most of our people live in the village, so far from the electricity, yeah, in the rural area, but in the around there are many water resources, so we can generate power from the water. So we need to the power electronic to convert the energy produced from the hydropower to be electricity to deliver to our consumer. Okay. And then also micro turbine also, yeah, and then advanced to multi-level converter, and then grid interaction control. And then there are many the future trend regarding to the power electronic also. This some of our product. We design the inverter, and some of our product already we have a patent regarding to the inverter, yeah, and set up commercialize in Malaysia also. This is our topology. To design multi-level inverter for photovoltaic generation. That's the result, yeah. And then this is one photovoltaic garden we also design, and then we design electrical parameter data logger to wireless communication, yeah, XB, and then multi-level inverter, yeah. This is our design. This photovoltaic simulator we also design, and then we also design monitoring system for photovoltaic characteristic, and then monitoring system induction motor parameter, yeah. This we set up one experiment we build for our lab, yeah, for lab teaching, yeah. We design to help our student, and then we also produce the simulator, yeah, and then we deliver to some sekolah menengah kejuruan vocational school to make to the student understand how to the electric motor principle, yeah. And then we compare various product condition and some of our research, yeah. And then we active to community development. We design, yeah, photovoltaic card, yeah, photo card with embedded the photovoltaic to help the poor people to trading, yeah, to sell the activity, yeah. And then we reset also photovoltaic thermal, yeah. We combine to the photovoltaic and thermal technology, yeah. The water we absorb from the photovoltaic thermal, yeah. So we get we get the water, hot water, and so we get the electricity also. And then our research regarding to energy saving smart halte, yeah, integrating photovoltaic generation and thermoelectric, and so one of our community development we active to do the solar pump for farming. And then for farming, and then we also to help to the rural people, yeah, biogas from the cow mature, yeah, in the one of the village in West Sumatra also to produce the fire, yeah, for the stove, yeah. Then we also active to the community development. We introduce solar energy to the Malaysia student in the Sarawak, yeah, and the Miri. And then we also to reset power micro hydro power, yeah. We implement the induction generator, yeah. This is our product, and then this product we also implement, and then the rural also, yeah. And then we happy we look at the many people get the electricity that we have to done for them, yeah. This the electric load controller we design, and then our knowledge can useful for our people, yeah. This the regarding talking about the power electronic for the renewable energy application. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bapak Chris. Let's give a big hand. For biology, from the biology background, I think this power electronics, Bapak, for us from biology background, it will be mitochondrion, I guess, to convert the source from the source of the power to convert it and then provide power for the other parts of the living organism. Yes. All right. Organizer, do we still have time for Q&A? One question? One question? Yes, we have one question in the house. Yes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Denny. I'm doctoral student in ULM. I want to ask to Pak Agus. I very interesting about the net zero emission. Why interesting? Because I think zero emission is impossible, Pak. Why I say that? The reality, Earth is growth, population more increase, and industrialisasi more increase. When we to achieve zero emission, I think it's impossible. I think it's likely we can say the zero balance, not zero emission. I need your opinion, Pak Agus. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Bapak Denny. Yeah, I guess only one. We can only give one. Okay, 3 more? That's okay? I was rushing. Yes, 3 more. Anyone? Yes, Ibu.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Rum Aisyah from Lambung Mangkurat University. I want to ask to Pak Kiswanto, from what I understand, you mentioned that mangrove rehabilitation tends to be more effective or better through natural regeneration rather than artificial planting. So what I want to ask is, how far human intervention is actually needed to make the rehabilitation successful while still keeping the mangrove's natural ecological balance? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Kak Aisyah. Anyone else in the house? All right. Oh, Bapak Professor. Yes.
Thank you, dear moderator. I would like to ask Pak Kiswanto. We are the same background, yeah, for psychology and also civiculture. So the first I would like to know that you mentioned about the damage of the forest, mangrove forest, but I want to know that the condition of your rehabilitation area, I mean that this is a lightly damaged or moderate or a severe damage, because this is a treatment is also different, because you know that the condition of the environmental aspect must be also considered for this area. So the second, I would like to know that about why you don't mention about the environmental condition of this area, like salinity or so pH and something like that, because for the rehabilitation area, we must almost factor must be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Profesor Yudi. One more, yes. The gentleman at the front. This one, yes.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. I would like to ask to Professor Agus Saptoro. So my name is Hendra from ITB. So if I want to compare about the CO2 capture technologies, so currently it's not only capturing the CO2, but hopefully we can actually convert the CO2 into the value-added chemicals. So what do you think about the appropriate technologies for capturing and also releasing the CO2? For instance, we take the CO2 from the flue gas from the power plant, for instance. So if I would like to take the CO2 from the flue gas and convert it into the value-added chemicals like methanol or formic acid or other related value-added products, so which technologies do you think is the most appropriate one, whether it's using the hydrate, using absorptions technologies, or using the pressure sink adsorptions or other technologies? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I haven't got your name, if I may.
Hendra.
Pak Hendra. Thank you, Pak Hendra. I would like to pass on to Bapak Kiswanto first. Prof. Agus Saptoro, I hope it is okay? Yes. Please, Bapak Kiswanto.
Okay, thank you. For the first questions, why the natural regeneration is better than artificial regenerations? Because mostly of the rehabilitation program is only use a single species for the plantations without consider the zonations. Like Prof says that the zonations mean the many factors like salinity, tidus, what is the other factors. So that's why if we want to successful the rehabilitation, we need to consider the zonations, the species suitability, and the others. So that's why I suggest that if we find the undisturbed ecosystem, so the first step is natural regulations. But if we find the disturbed ecosystem and we can use the combination and enrichment planting and natural regulation, we can use that one. But for the farmer fish pond, we don't have another choice. We only have one choice. We need to rehabilitate that. But we need to consider the species. Mostly we use rhizopora, but not all location is suitable for rhizopora. So that's, I mean, natural regeneration better than the artificial regeneration. Pak Prof, in my research, we use various what we call various ecosystem damage. So moderate and also very damaged locations. But we found the pointing to restore the ecosystem is also find the suitable methods. That's why I think it's also answer your second question about the salinity and others. So it's called about the zonation in my presentations. So it include in zonation formation, I think. Thank you, Pak.
Yes, thank you, Bapak Dr. Kiswanto, for the responses. I am going to hand over to Bapak Prof. Agus Saptoro. Yes, please, Bapak.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Pak Denny, yeah. You are right. Actually, my slide and what I say is talking about net. Actually, net zero is not zero. So, yeah, and you are right that having zero emission is impossible because naturally CO2 is also emitted, not only the human driven. So emission is always be there. I think the key here is on the balance of the cycle. Amount that generated must be we should have a ability to also remove at the same time. That's what's called actually net zero. Possibly if I would like to extend your questions will be able to achieve the net zero, we have to try, right? I mean, we cannot give up now. So I think the key here is that the generation keep continuous, but at the same time, the removal process, be it is by naturally happen or human driven, must also be done at the same time. I hope I answer your questions. The second question from Pak Hendra, right? Pak Hendra from ITB. Yeah, it's a good question. My research is actually on the CCS. So actually, yeah, I'm missing one more letter. Must be actually CCUS. So there is a utilization aspect on that. If we talk about the technology that readily available and is already proven, because we are doing that in the natural gas sweetening anyway, is the benefit process, the potassium carbonate and MEA. Okay, I think the answer here would be, CO2 capture is a cost. So if we want to make it more viable, then the utilization aspect, it means the value added, the supply chain to the value added, must be in situ. So where the CO2 captures, so that should be directly actually goes into the process. Another challenge here is on the emission itself, the flue gas, because flue gas characteristic differ from power plant, from the cement plant, from other heavy industries. So sometimes the challenge is that the capture CO2, the grid is not directly applicable for the subsequent processes for the downstream. Then yeah, that's a matter of how we pre-process and goes into the next downstream line. So yeah, it's a bit tricky aspect to answer, but the holistic economic assessment has to be there. Yeah, but definitely in situ value-added plants should be built next to that capture point, to make it more viable. I hope I answered your question, Pak Hendra.
Yes, he's giving a confident nodding. Yes. All right, thank you very much, Bapak Profesor Agus Saptoro, Bapak Dr. Kiswanto, and Bapak Krismadinata.
Yeah, my pleasure. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So I guess that was the shortest 15 minutes and shortest 1 hour in my life. I hope this session, even though it is short, and yeah, we have to come to the end of this session, I guess with more curiosity and I guess more spirit to look for more details in the publication, I guess, from all the three keynote speakers. And I guess the takeaways today would be continuous and collective efforts for carbon capture and storage, and hand in hand with the adaptive silviculture of mangrove restoration, and also the power electronics as a power inverter and converter with such a versatile feature from all sources of energy, renewable energy. I guess that's the end of this session today. Thank you very much, and apologies for any like hustle and bustle and like chop. Yes, so thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
For the participants who have asked questions in the first session or the second session, please come to the committee to get your souvenir.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the plenary session of this afternoon. On behalf of the committee, we would like to thank you for your kind attention and participation.
The program will now continue with the parallel oral presentation session. All participants are kindly requested to proceed to the room according to their respective fields, as listed in the conference schedule.
For the parallel session, there are 4 rooms. The first room in the Diamond Room, the second is the Amethyst Room, the third is this Battle Room, and the last room is for the online session. The Diamond Room and the Amethyst Room are located near the FUGO's lobby receptionist area. And for participants who are not presenting, may attend any session or visit any room they wish. With this, we officially conclude the plenary session. May the following session bring insightful discussion and great success to the rest of this conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.